welcome back, Eric. So, who wants to talk about what happened last time? Also, who did we give inspiration to last time
Onyx.
for the airdropping thing?
Just embracing the storm, actually embracing the storm in general, the whole thing.
Nice.
I'm just like great value Amazon over here.
All right. Dimitar, you want to describe to us what happened last time?
Trying to find where my notes don't have a good drop off from between the previous session and last one. So let's see here. So we did encounter that blue dragon that flew over us in the mines that we left. Lightning dragon, and we found out that it normally lives in deserts. And then, sorry, I wrote a lot of other notes here. Oh, and then we end up going towards a small village that tends to be nomadic. And someone had already come through to loot it. There's tons of people missing. There's like food left on the tables that was untouched, which meant they left in a hurry. And then we found an older tabaxi. Actually, Briar found it laying in his own blood. And other signs of people being dragged away after that. And we came across, after following these tracks, people in chainmail and everything that basically had kidnapped the last of the tabaxis, the stragglers. And we fought those guys. One did end up getting away. And then the 4 hostages I had unbound, and they ran off, but I did tell them that they should come find us when everything was over. And we did find out that they were trying to enslave them. And then that's pretty much it.
We also found out that they were an hour away, like from wherever they were taking the slaves.
Which means we are just a few miles from a possible major encampment or city or something.
Didn't we catch the name of the main slaver? So I have it in my notes. It starts with an A. It's like but I'm probably like gonna butcher it. Artisan, but that doesn't sound
I
right.
got Archibald.
Archibald. Yeah. See, like, okay. How do you spell that?
With letters.
It's fine. You can just remember the name.
I wrote it sounds like Archobos.
I thought it was Archibald, like from Family Matters.
It is Arquebus. A-R-K-E.
Oof, I have that way wrong.
So yeah, we at least have a name. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and we know that it was Astrinium who'd been enslaving people from the Phrylo shrubland.
So.
So we had not looted the bodies yet, right? Because I did not have
That is true.
any. Okay.
So, for everyone, anyone who is looting, if you would like to go ahead and give me an investigation check.
So I know you said we couldn't find signs of him, but just from like a character perspective, I am Azrael is gonna be still trying to find that scout.
Okay. I mean, so I believe at the end of last session, the perception checks, kind of going back, we've got a 14, a 7, a 9, a 15, and a 21. And each one of you probably spent, I would say, you know, a reasonable amount of time, probably about 5 to 10 minutes, searching around this like site, this kind of like, it's a very rudimentary campsite that they had set up kind of in the shelter of like these rocks. There's no sign of him. He's gone. There's no, you don't see any traces of him at all. He just kind of vanished into these like trees surrounding the area.
I'm not gonna bother looting. I'm gonna go in the direction where I saw the enslaved people go and try to call out to them that everything's okay. They can come back.
Alright, so looting, you find Snow and Javid. Amongst them, you find $10 silver pieces, 15 copper pieces, 8 gold pieces. As well, amongst the dead soldiers, you find the leader, the one who attempted to run away, is wearing a breastplate with this like kind of ornate gold filigree running across it. As well, you find 6 gold rings and 3 gold necklaces.
Do these jewelry look like things that they would have looted off of the villagers? I'm assuming that it seems strange that he would have 6 gold rings and 3 gold necklaces because they are magic items or something.
I'm sorry, say again? It seems strange.
Do the jewelry look like they were something that he collected from the villagers?
Okay, when you say he, these are on the soldiers like spread across them. They're not on one person.
Oh.
They like 3 of them had gold necklaces and 6 of them had gold rings. They're not on one person.
Oh.
They're all wearing.
Oh, okay. Understood. So these are things that they are wearing.
Yes. You know, you're like pulling these off their hands and removing it from their necks. Additionally, as far as weapons and armor, you'd be able to get 3 chainmail and 27 arrows, because I know you guys care about that stuff. The storm has reached its full intensity. It is striking the ground around you, and just like it's beginning to your vision is obscured, kind of shrinking in as this, like, the spray of water draws closer.
They started setting up camp. Did they set up tents or anything? Do they have a cart? Or was it just soldiers afoot, and they were going to be out in the sloppy weather the same as us?
Just soldiers afoot that didn't have a cart or horse or anything.
So did the children and the other adult that were going to be the slaves, did they come out at all after everyone died, or were they still hiding?
They did not appear.
So so while they were looting, Azrael was kind of just trying to search, even though, she didn't find anything for the guy. So she comes back while they're looting and is like, we need to go. We need to get them. They're only an hour away.
When you say get them, you mean
The
go and
slavers.
find?
And save those who are enslaved. But the slavers should die. Now.
I would agree that this warrants a detour.
Those who would enslave children are truly wicked and need to be taken care of.
I'm down for another hunt.
All right, if that's the party's call, let's go scout them out and see who they are, what they're up to.
All right.
It may be that.
Yep.
I'm gonna, as long as no one else has a problem with it, I'm gonna pull on that breastplate and cinch it tight from the leader guy.
It is not magical. It's just a very well crafted breastplate.
Are there any like markings on it that delineate like some sort of clan or anything, or is it just like well crafted? It just looks good.
It has like this kind of like the filigree kind of looks like roses kind of climbing up, but it doesn't have any like symbols necessarily, just like decorative.
Okay.
Is anyone gonna use one of those rings?
I just put it in the party fund, but if you want one, I don't know if I don't have any objection to it.
How much are they worth? Like one, how much would one be worth?
I believe there are 10 gold, but I don't want. So the yeah, so they would be worth about 10 gold, and then the necklaces would be worth 25.
Okay, I would like to take out a piece of parchment and write a note in common that says, I understand why you wouldn't want to show yourselves to us. We're going to hunt these people down and try to save the rest of your people. May this help you in some way. And then I'm going to roll the parchment up and then basically slide the ring over that and then try to send Wanda out by herself to hunt for one and then just drop it by them. And then come back.
Okay. Alright, go ahead and give me a perception check for Wanda. I believe Wanda has advantage on perception checks. So it would be a straight roll for Wanda. Wanda just kind of like takes the note and flies off.
Okay, just to update, just as kind of maintenance, just so everyone knows, currently I have, for kind of our party inventory, 255 gold, 20 silver pieces, 20 copper pieces, for armor, 5 chainmail, 2 leather armor, that's held by Ted. Weapons, 2 daggers, 1 shield, 2 short swords, 2 short bows, also held by Ted. For jewelry, the 5 rings, 10 gold each, 3 gold necklaces, 25 gold each, gems. There's I'm gonna get these all wrong, but there's a mix of about 6 gems held by Snow, worth 120 gold. And then for scrolls, we have the letter of recommendation from the mayor of North End, the letter of sincere thanks from the North End mayor, and then the note to a note. So that's kind of what's in our party inventory. If I'm missing something that you're aware of, please let me know, but I think I've tracked everything.
Alright. So you guys are going to travel another hour past 8 hours of travel. So, can I get actually, can I get a survival check for whoever is leaving the
Be Javid.
And whoever our best tracker is, is Snow a good tracker? Like, I'm assuming we'd be trying to follow footsteps, right? And
I think Snow's a good tracker. I mean, Briar has +4 to survival, so does Azrael. But I'd have to more. I don't know. When Chris gets back, we can ask him.
Right. Javid's got a +6+ expertise in survival.
Yes, Javid
Not
has the highest.
Reflected on the current roll.
So it's, I mean, it's pretty easy to see why it is exceptionally difficult for you to do this. You know, you're in a downpour, and there is a trail. However, kind of like just with like this like water flowing down the side of the mountain, picking up these like huge kind of rivulets and like cutting through your path. It's you're having to kind of pick your way through the mountain in the direction that you believe this camp was, and kind of finding like every once in a while you find like hoof prints and something else, but it is slow going and it is difficult. So I need everyone to give me a Constitution saving throw.
We're doing great, Snow.
So, you found yourself. You think you're on the right track, but it's hard to say. You have not found the slavers' camp per se, but you get the idea it might be possibly another hour at this very slow pace as you're trying to track them. And unfortunately, Demetari, Javid, and Snow all now have a point of his own.
How do we add that?
I believe it is under conditions, and it's at the bottom. Click one. All right.
Where from? How do we do that?
And where's conditions?
At the top of your character pages in D&D Beyond. It's just like right there at the top. Conditions, defenses, under your hit points.
Yeah.
I think even if we do find them, we are not going to be in a condition to take anybody on.
So
If we-
level 1 is disability on, or excuse me,
Yeah,
disadvantage on ability checks.
Right.
Casimir kind of comments, are we sure we want to keep going? We might want to find a spot off the path and just rest and finish up the morning. Some of us are getting quite exhausted, and he kind of looks at Demetari.
That does sound like a sound idea. I recommend we take a rest. We'll be fresher in the morning and better able to see what we're doing and do what we intend to do.
Is there kind of like a cave or anywhere somewhere dry at all that we can, or somewhere that's kind of like up against that we could put something up to kind of be dry?
Go ahead, give me another survival check. Nope. So you do have disadvantage on that check, just so you know. But you guys are kind of like, now that you've kind of moved away from where you ambushed the soldier, begin kind of looking around for somewhere to hide. And Javid is able to locate what could be called it would be a somewhat effective shelter. It's kind of this natural spot, a little bit away from what you can tell is the path, and it's somewhat flat. There's a large boulder kind of like shielding your party from the wind. It doesn't quite give you like full shelter. You know, you're still getting rained on, but it's an effective enough spot to set camp. As well, it gives you kind of like through the kind of like sparsely planted trees, you can see what you're pretty sure is the path. So if anyone was to come down the path, this would be the spot to spot them.
We'll make camp, rest, ambush in the morning.
Right?
How wide is the path?
It's about. So I mean, it's more of just this like kind of mountain trail, but it's fairly wide. It varies, but on average, it's probably about 8 to 12 feet. Wide enough for a horse to traverse comfortably.
Can I walk to it and basically try to find about a 5-foot area, and then I'd like to cast snare just in case someone were to come up on the path while we're resting?
Okay. Sure. Alright. Let's see. How we do that. Alright, so you are consuming 25 feet of rope.
Yep.
Okay. Alright. You kind of lay your trap in the middle of the path and return to the spot where the rest of your party has kind of like nestled in for the evening.
I would take first watch and give other people a chance to rest, but I think I'm on the
we should
tired
always
side.
take last watch, right? Because that way you can take your 4 hours of rest and then watch the rest of the time.
That sounds like a good idea.
Don't worry, I've got the watch for now.
Yeah, I mean, Briar's not exhausted, Azrael's not exhausted, Onyx isn't exhausted, so all three of us could, try.
Well, head over to the boulder to the lee side, wrap my cloak around me, and meditate for a period of time.
So I have a 1-person tent, and that now it's like pouring down rain. I'm gonna take the time to set that up and sleep in that.
Alright, so everyone is going to go ahead and take a long rest. So what is the order for your watches?
I can take second watch, and then Onyx could take first watch.
And then Javid can take third and fourth.
Does Briar have any leftover food that she's made?
Oh, you're right. I should totally have her cook dinner.
She can make treats?
Yeah, she can with the leftover food too. Yeah, so she'll make dinner. I think we had some like spices and stuff, so we had some ration. So I don't think we have any meat. But she's not exhausted, so I could have her go and look for food, right, in this downpour, there might be some mushrooms or other types of wild vegetables and fruit. So I'm gonna have her search for some food.
Alright. Yeah, anyone who wants to do the foraging thing, which we have not done in a while, but you could do.
Not that I'll be much help, but while I set my trap, I'll look around in that area.
Alright, so you're having.
Briar's looking for, like wild fruit, vegetables, maybe a bunny she can hunt, any type of, food, basically.
Well, she definitely. She stumbles upon. First, a blueberry bush. And begins collecting blueberries off of it. And as she is doing so, it rustles. And springing out from underneath it is a large hare, which just practically leaps into her arms. And is just looking up at her.
So y'all maybe don't know Briar, but I you think she would kill it, or you think she would stab it, or you think she would take it to somebody to kill it? Because I remember she was very traumatized by killing the goblin.
I feel
I can see her taking it to someone else.
I also can feel like she would just be like, "Oh, hey there, little guy, how's it going? Run along."
Snap.
You're right. She probably wouldn't kill the hare. She probably would just get the blueberries and the other stuff.
Be like, I couldn't find anything. Sorry, this is all we got.
It's just blueberries, guys.
Alright, so yeah, we'll take some of the blueberries. She'll go to Azrael, get some of the spice pouch. And I don't know, maybe make some blueberry rations that, taste real good. Yeah, because we don't have any. I can't make a pie because there's no wheat.
Or oven, for that matter.
You have a fire. I mean, you could. I mean, it wouldn't taste as good as making it in an oven, but you could definitely take some of the coals and like kind of build like an underground, like kind of heat.
We have a Dutch oven.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have any bread?
We need any type of flour. She just needs flour, but I don't think we have flour.
Oh, I didn't know if our rations included some sort of bread.
Can the rations have bread in it that she can use as a pie
the
crust?
rations would have bread. That makes sense to me. Bread keeps for a while.
Alright, so she makes a couple blueberry pies for dinner.
Sure. She's a good cook.
Yeah, she's very good. And she has tools and stuff too, so yeah.
A little orange glow of your campfire is just kind of barely hanging on in the storm.
I'll just be continually using control flames just to like boost it.
It just kind of like flares every once in a while and dies back down as like the like water hits it and throws up steam. It's very cool. I like it.
Every once in a while, when it flares up, it just flares up purple before going back down to normal flame colors.
Alright. Each of you, one by one, drift off to sleep. Or whatever passes for it for you. The dawn comes. The storm. And it is a pretty calm morning. Javid, as you watch the trail, you suddenly note a man on top of a horse, kind of slowly trotting along the trail in your direction. He has this long kind of gray cloak, the hood pulled over. He's just kind of slowly riding, his face obscured from your angle. And he gets to the snare, and the horse just lifts into the air and tosses him off the back of it. The horse is whinnying and kind of like struggling in the air, and he just like lands on his back on the ground and just kind of like is like rolling over a little bit.
I will move over to him and say, "Pardon, stranger. Did not intend to dismount you so abruptly. Meant to catch you before you hit the snare. How fare you?" And I'll grab his stuff that he might have dropped or fell out of the pack or stuff, and hand it to him.
He kind of stands up and brushes himself off. The rest of you, as you're kind of like cleaning up your camp, you can see, and hear this occur, and Javid kind of runs off towards him. You're only like, I don't know, maybe like 20, 25 feet away. Not anything terribly far. And the fella kind of like brushes himself off, and then he throws back his hood, and he's got this like kind of like thick jet black hair, very like dark tanned skin, handsome by most standards. And I appreciate your assistance. And he kind of looks up at his horse, and his horse is just like squirming in the air, like magically restrained a few feet off the ground.
Okay. Demetari, can we get your help with this?
Yeah, but it works. And then I'm gonna go
Great.
up there, and so I know that it's there. So I'm assuming I can make an intelligence check to help the horse down, from what it looks like in the description.
Sure. I mean, I would say that you know how to not trigger your own trap, basically. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Okay,
No,
great.
absolutely unreasonable. She must save against her own spells.
Yeah, you want to make an int save? Actually, yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check. I'm about to lift you into the air. I'm just kidding, don't do that.
You've already done that. I don't want to experience that again. Okay, so actually I'm gonna call Briar over because I am afraid the horse might get hurt falling down, so we're gonna try to, like, catch it in a way and make sure it lands on its feet. But yeah, I'm gonna take down the snare.
Alright. Actually, I don't think you can undo the spell. I think the only thing that can... I'm looking... So you can make an... Oh no, that would make sense. You can make an Arcana check against the spell's ADC. So I would say, yeah, you can go up and kind of undo your own spell. You just kind of, reach up and like undo like the like magical knot almost that's like tied around the horse's legs, and it just kind of like, falls on its back and kind of rolls itself over and stands up, just kind of blinking. The man kind of like draws the cloak over his shoulder, and you can see he has this like long sword under one arm and like chainmail underneath, some like clothes underneath it.
Does the chainmail look similar to the chainmail of the slavers that we killed last night?
Yep, very similar. He's dressed very similar to the fellows that you killed last night.
I'm gonna walk out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk out and just see what's going on over here.
No, as soon as Azrael sees that chainmail, she's gonna stop her routine, which is very rare for you guys. Have never seen her stop mid-routine. She's gonna pull her sai out and just like death march, and just go straight for him.
Wait, Azrael. Let's not be hasty. This might not be the time to go murdering people.
Nope, she's not stopping. You're gonna have to stop her.
All right, I'm gonna stop her.
She's gonna hear in her head, listen, we need information first, and as of right now, He knows nothing about what we've done.
Except I'm wearing a gilded breastplate that I just walked out, and I'm just like seeing what's going on.
Okay, you're hearing the same thing then, and hopefully he hasn't seen it yet.
So, what's your name, friend?
He just kind of like notes the change in your party, and he's kind of looking from person to person, kind of very.
These
like,
are dangerous hills to be traveling alone. What brings you out on this damp, soggy morning?
I am looking for some people. My name is Bashir.
Bashir, and I'm Javid, and we are on our way to the river. How far to what's it called? Kenny Weird? Kenny Wild?
It is the Kenny Weird River. And yes, it is not much further. Only
Good.
Only about 5 or so hours march from here. And this, the ground will be quite muddy now. But I am sent to look for some people. I wish to speak with them. You would not happen to have seen anyone who had a run-in with some soldiers on this road last night?
No, by the time we got here, it seemed like things had already happened.
Interesting.
So there was a run-in with soldiers last night?
Indeed. One of our scouts reported back that he and the rest of his party were waylaid by folk on this road. They were attacked and the rest of them slain. He was the only survivor. And my master bids me to speak to the individuals who may have attacked them. If you do see them, I wish that you give them a message. He wishes to clarify the misunderstanding that must have taken place between us. There must have been some confusion, and he simply wishes to tell them that he hopes any future dealings between us will be calmer and more positive for all involved.
I'm sure that there's the party that met your comrades wishes the same as well. What brings you and your troop out to these parts?
It is a business venture that we are on.
Oh, you look like a military man, but you're on a business venture?
Yeah, the military does not pay as well as this does.
Yeah, we're a sort of a mercenary troop as well. Whatever the best coin is.
Interesting. Well, my master pays very well for mercenaries. I can promise you very good pay.
There are a lot of mines in the area. Are you mining?
No, it is more like resource acquisition of a different type.
Resources like you must be referring to personnel. You're a HR recruiting organization.
We deal with manpower acquisition. We are very effective recruiters.
I trust your recruitment incentives are positive gold.
Lots of gold.
What's the going rate?
We pay up to 5 gold a day. It is quite a lot. But anyway, I must be on my way to continue looking for these individuals.
Azriel has now put a mask on, and I rolled stealth. She didn't do well, so straight for him.
What are you trying to do exactly?
She has her scythe out, and she has killing intent.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try to get to him before she does and just restrain him.
Okay. Javid, I mean, all of you can see Azriel just like, running towards him. It's not stealthy by any means. So Javid, if you want to go ahead and roll me an athletics.
Can I try to distract him, knowing that she's running up at him?
He sees her. You guys see him look at her.
So I'm going to jump on him, try and grab him, wrestle him to the ground, and sit on him.
He just kind of like really quickly like kind of dances out of the way and just like pushes you towards Azriel. And he kind of like moves around the horse a little bit. He's like, there's no need for this. I'm simply here to talk and make offerings to you all. And he's just kind of like trying to keep you at bay, basically. He is surprisingly quick.
Well, I'm also very fast, so I just keep running.
Let's see if we can make use of this fellow in other ways than as a fresh corpse. So if I could get some help to restrain this fellow, and I'll grab reins of his horse.
We could get him to have a taste of his own medicine. Give Ted a break for a while and make him carry everything.
I'm just kind of standing there with my arms crossed, just like watching everything happen. I'm just so confused on what's going on.
I'm gonna put an arrow in him.
So, I mean, I move 45 feet movement speed, and she'd probably be, movement and dashing, so that's 90 feet and around to get to him.
Alright, you're much faster. Okay. Everybody roll for initiative.
Javid, your initiative roll is stupid fucking OP.
Yeah, plus 12, you're like always going to go first.
Didn't last night, oddly enough. Felt a little strange not to. But yeah, this build is crazy OP for initiative.
Y'all think Briar would be kill the slaver, or would you want to talk to the slaver?
She'd probably want to talk to him.
Yeah, she was all tender about that rabbit last night.
Rabbit's not a slaver.
You know, what's a slaver? Like, is he a slaver? You don't know.
He's a recruiter. You said that.
Yeah, he does manpower recruitment.
Yeah, he's just in HR.
That's why I hate him so fucking much.
Hold on, let me roll.
Hits a little close to home, does it?
Just a bit.
Was he wearing any of those rings or gold necklaces at all? Anything that looked familiar to that?
He's got some ring. He's probably got a gold ring and a necklace and some. His clothes look very nice. They're wet and damp. It's no longer storming anymore. It's just kind of overcast. But yeah, he's well dressed. All right, Javid, it's your turn.
All right. I've got a hold of the reins of his horse, and I'm going to lead the horse away so he's not getting any cover from his beast, nor is he able to mount.
Is he able to mount?
No, I'm going to prevent him from mounting his horse. So I guess that would be if grabbing the reins is a free action, then my ready action would be grab him if he tries to mount his horse.
Okay.
Are we gonna gloss over my 27 to hit?
I mean, you can do that on your turn. Alright, Dimitar, it's your turn.
I'm pretty certain this dude is a slaver, so I am going to cast Infestation on him, which is a Constitution save. And just for flavor text, what you're gonna see happen is my purple stone on my neck is gonna glow, and then you're gonna see sort of magic come down my arm, and from my hand, flies are going to just appear, and there's a swarm of them coming at this dude.
Alright. He just kind of like ducks out of the way and like swats the flies. And that's very rude. Alright, so Snow, you rolled a 20 and you hit the shit out. 25 damage. You just like sink the arrow into his thigh and he's alright, that's it. I'm just here to talk. And he kind of like, you know,
I'm not.
He's like, he draws the short sword and he's, my master sent me here to beg, you know, beg your attendance to him. He is willing to pay you well to clear up this misunderstanding. And he kind of, like, twists a little bit just to, like, face towards Azrael. He's like, I'm just here to talk. We're reasonable people. Azrael, it's your turn.
She stabs him.
Alright. Go ahead and roll. That hits.
Then I'm going to do unarmed attack.
He just kind of like he parries your like strike out of the way, and then he just like lunges towards you with his blade.
Yeah, just fury.
He just like repo. I need you to make a Constitution saving. As he like catches you in the shoulder and it like buries itself in your arm. You take 6 piercing damage and 26 poison damage. All of you see like it like the wound just like almost immediately like blackens and like boils with like pus, and you can tell that his blade is like just covered in something nasty. Like,
You said that was 26 poison damage?
Yeah, a total of 32 damage.
Am I poisoned or no?
No, it's just straight. It's just damage. It doesn't have the.
Okay.
And he kind of like turns and his like face is beginning to scowl. He's like, "I don't want to fight you. You're making me do this." Onyx, it's your turn.
Alright, I'm just gonna hold my hands out and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa! He said he's a recruiter. Why are we fighting him?
And if we're surrounding him, we have him at his at disadvantage, yes, or our advantage.
Yeah,
That's it. That's my turn.
he's not able to run.
I'm just yelling in confused Unga Bunga because this dude said that he was a recruiter, and now we're just trying to stab him, and I don't know what's going on, so I'm just like yelling at everybody like, whoa, chill!
All right, it's Briar's turn. What do we think?
Yeah,
Briar
I'm
would
just
do?
gonna have Briar take the battle axe at him. Why not? I feel like she gets excited sometimes, and she would probably join in. And it'd be two-handed. She's not raging, so take the 2 out because I was gonna have her rage. So it'd just be 11 damage.
Okay. That does hit. Also, it would be with advantage, just because like I would say that pretty
Oh.
much you what?
Okay, sorry. I can roll again if you want.
I mean, yeah, just to see if she crits. Okay. All right, she just like cuts him in like the shoulder, and he kind of like whirls around. And he's like, he just groans in pain. All right, Javid, it's your turn.
All right. We don't need to kill this person without a trial. We're not murderers. Let's at least just knock him out, bind him up, and we can turn him over to authorities if need be. But this assassination does not sit well with me. We don't know the full story, and without that, I can't be party to this murder. And I'll draw my short sword and try to whack him on the back of the head with it.
Okay,
Non-lethal damage.
got it. He's kind of like cuts it out of the way. He's like, he is obviously injured. You can see like a little bit of blood coming for where he's been like, you know, he's got a an arrow in his thigh and other cuts to him, but he's still going strong. He's tough. Alright, Dimitari. Excuse me, it's your turn.
Fine, but if he ends up being one of them, and is who we think he is, he's gonna get what's coming to him. And I think I know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna disengage, like step back.
So like
Is that
the map is just because I can't put you guys on a tracker without putting a map down. We're kind of theater of the mind on this one. You're a few feet away from it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna like put my hands up and basically signal that I'm not gonna do anything.
At least let's bind him.
Alright,
I
so
have nothing to bind him with.
Yeah, she spin her rope on the snare.
I've got rope. It's just I'm not very strong.
Alright, that hits.
That's it.
Alright. You graze his thigh, and now he's kind of moving with almost a limp. Staggered. He is going to. I don't want to have to do this to you. And he's going to stab once towards Briar. And misses. He's going to stab once towards Azrael. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
How do they keep hitting me with my 8? Like, I have 18 class, but
He rolled an 18 and then a 23. Ironically, the bad roll was against Briar, who has the lower AC. Alright. Okay, so you take 8 piercing damage, and then you save, so you only take 11 poison damage, so it'd be 19.
yeah, she's unconscious.
Alright. He just catches her in the gut, and she just keels over next to him. He's like, I don't mean to do this to you. You're forcing my hand. Ezra, make a death saving throw. He's starting to limp away from your party. He's not running away yet, but oof. Whoops. All right. How about that? Onyx, it's your turn.
I'm gonna grab him and throw him behind me, out from the circle of everybody.
Getting him out of the way of everyone.
Yeah, grab him and throw him behind me while I look at everybody. I'm like, what? Why are we killing him?
Alright. He kind of stumbles out of the way, and he's moving backwards and kind of limping away. He's got the short sword out in front of him at this kind of ready stance. It's Briar's turn. He just tried to stab her. What's she gonna do? And he's kind of running away.
Yeah, she's gonna take the axe and kill him.
Okay. Fair enough. She flies towards him over Onyx's shoulder and just yeah, and he just kind of ping, knocks it away with a parry.
All right. Look, there's 6 of us and one of him. Let's just subdue him, hold him captive, talk to him some more. This is going very badly for us for no reason whatsoever. And I'm going to try to jump on him from the back, wrap my arms around him, and see if I can disarm him. Strip his sword from his arm.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll against him.
Arm strike.
Say again?
An arm strike.
Yeah, it would be an unarmed strike, technically, because it has to be a... Well, it just says a weapon attack. You could do it with your bow, I guess. Let me make sure that I didn't just copy that.
So I'm really just trying to grab him.
Well, you said you wanted to disarm him, right?
Well, the main thing is I want to do is jump on his back, wrap him up, and hopefully knock him down. Tackle him.
I mean, if you're just trying to grab him, just, you know, do the... Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I forgot what I was doing. That's not at all what I meant to do. I realized that Azrael's gone down. I'm going to go help her.
Okay.
And I cast Cure Wounds. Sorry, lost track of what I meant to do.
Alright. Azrael, you wake up in the dirt. Your gut and shoulder are just like in searing pain.
Alright, we can stop this. It doesn't have to end in anyone's death. And that's my turn.
Nematari, it's your turn.
I don't really feel like there's anything I can do at this point. I guess I'll walk over to Azrael and try to pick her up off the ground. Yeah, everyone knows my stance on the matter.
Snow, it's your turn. You shooting him. Alright, that hits, roll damage. You like catch him in the gut, and he's still standing, but just barely. He's like, you can tell he's like starting to get woozy as he's like moving away from your party. Please, there's gold in it for you if you let me live.
How far is he from me?
I don't know, 20 feet maybe. He's not very far. He hasn't really gone anywhere yet. He's like backing away so he doesn't get stabbed, but he's not running away yet. Alright. He drops the sword and kind of like kicks it away, moves to his knees, and don't kill me. Please, I surrender.
I'm gonna walk up and tear his throat out.
Oh, no, no, no. I was going to do that.
It's Azrael's turn.
I didn't get my movement.
You can walk up if you want.
That's fine.
No, so Azrael, because like Demetari kind of helped her stand up, so Azrael's gonna like take her mask off, like spit out a bunch of blood, run up to him, like her fangs are gonna come out, and she's just gonna like rip right into his throat.
You just like fangs open and just like dig into his throat, and he kind of like lets out this scream that then fades away as his life leaves his eye.
Yeah, this is so she's an energy vampire, so I don't imagine it's so much blood. I mean, maybe there's blood, but she's like spitting it out. She's just like sucking the energy from him, and he like kind of shrivels up.
His like skin goes like gray across his face, and his eyes go from this like, you know, deep brown color to this kind of like faded gray, and then it's just like almost this husk falls from her arm.
Do I notice if she's like flushing or looking more alive after that?
I did heal, yes.
Because what is your normal skin tone?
Kind of like a very pale, like kind of like sickly-ish, but not like, it's kind of like she hadn't been in the sun in a while. Maybe she's a little sick, but not like anti-human. It just kind of looks like she's a little maybe pale-ish.
I was just wondering, like, if it made you look like more human, I guess, after you did that, like if it brought life in a way.
You can see some of her wounds heal up. So and you can kind of see like some satisfaction, but I don't know if it necessarily would, because it's not blood, it's energy. So you can kind of see like life energy flowing through her, kind of like that. So yeah, it does look like she's kind of taking in the energy, and you know it's basically healing her, and yeah.
Alright.
Well, I hope we were right, and I'm gonna walk up and try to make sure that those rings looked super similar to the other ones.
I mean, they're like, you know, fancy gold rings with like carvings all over them. None of them look like identical or anything, but they are nice.
I'm gonna loot him.
Do the carvings look like anything in particular? Would there be something significant there?
Not just like the design, you know, like kind of like a interlocking like bands of gold and like a little hammered ring. All right.
Well, I
Snow.
wish we would have gotten to know the name of his horse.
The horse whinnies.
I mean, we could just take the horse with us.
We can find out.
Javid, can you talk to the horse? Maybe the horse knows where their camp is.
You know, it would have been more effective to talk to an actual sentient being, but yes, I can talk to the horse. And I will use speak with animals.
Okay.
And speaking to the horse, say, tell me, what is your name?
My name is Jedediah.
Jedediah, I am Javid. We thank you for your service and ask a bit about where you come from, who your rider is. Is your rider good to you?
He gives me lots of good treatment.
I'm glad to hear it. Did you come from a camp with many people?
Many, yes, and other horses too.
Of course, other horses as well. Your friends, the horses, and I expect many people is probably a big camp. About how long did it take you to get here from your camp?
Not long. We left just a little while ago.
And you said many people, many horses.
Oh yes, many horses, many people. There's more people from yesterday.
What do you mean, more people from yesterday?
We brought in some more
More
people.
More people are joining the camp.
Oh yes, lots of them.
And speaking to the others, I'll say, is there anything else we want to learn from Jedediah? That's the name of the horse, by the way.
Can he
Nice.
take us to the camp?
I'm sure I can. Jedediah, would you be able and willing to take us back to your camp? I'm afraid your rider won't be able to join us, but we'll take good care of you.
We can send them back. And the heft the body.
Did you say you hacked the body?
Heft.
Oh, heft. Okay.
I'm still
After
so
I'm done
confused.
searching them.
All right.
I'm just like standing there, like rubbing my head, like trying to figure out why the fuck we just killed some random dude on the road.
Will you ask Jedediah if there are people in that camp that may be restrained in some way, like, you would as a saddle, and if they seem to be very unhappy about that?
All right, I will relay that to Jedediah in a way that a horse would understand.
I couldn't say. There's new people from yesterday.
The new people from yesterday, are they soldiers wearing armor, or are they perhaps just villagers, maybe bound with people harnesses?
Not that I noticed. I don't really pay attention to that sort of stuff very much.
So he wouldn't be able to tell us if their faces seemed wet.
Say again, if they're what's wet?
If their faces seemed wet.
Ah,
If they were
Stop
crying.
laughing.
got it, yes. I will relay that question to Jedediah.
Not that I noticed. I don't notice a lot of stuff about the people. But there's a lot more of them yesterday.
Okay,
Did-
this feels like a video game.
Did those people look like snow? Can you ask them if they had fur similar to snow, like close enough, like between say you and I to snow? Did they look closer to snow?
I will relay that question to Jedediah.
Oh, yeah, they kind of looked like this one, I think.
Is Javid talking in common, or is he neighing?
No, he's talking in common, and then the horse just kind of whinnies back to him.
I am so bewildered by this.
Did I find anything on his body?
Oh, yes. had 2 gold rings, a silver chain, 6 gold pieces, 10 copper pieces.
And a poison fucking sword.
And a poisoned sword. And 1
Right.
dose of a poison vial.
Yeah, I want that. And the
Wait, so
sword.
is it
Was
just
it a
a
short sword?
normal sword with a poison vial?
Yeah.
And then what was the gold? It was 6 gold, and then how many silver?
5.
And then a silver necklace, right?
Nope. Gold, gold, gold. It's all gold.
And speaking to the group, so they're going to know that there are hostiles in the vicinity since the scout reported they're being attacked, and this one doesn't come back.
Oh, he's gonna come back. I'm gonna lash him into his saddle.
Snow, what's your intent with this? Are we going to walk in with one of their dead, and we're leading the horse, Jedediah here, or what's the plan?
One of us could disguise ourselves as him.
Oh no, I really like the idea of sending in Jebediah with the dead slaver, just kind of slowly walking into the camp. That image is awesome.
They're not going to be keen on that message, and from the size of the impression I've gotten of their numbers, they may take that as an affront that they need to respond to.
That's the point.
I don't want to be a part of, or a recipient rather, of that response. They're going to be unhappy that we've killed their people, and they're going to want to kill us. Are we willing to die with that? I was going to say live with it, but no, we're going to die with it.
We'll live with it. They will die with it.
All right. Before we kick that hornet's nest, I'm going to suggest that maybe we take Demetari's suggestion, walk in looking like this guy, report, and find out what their numbers are, their intent, that sort of thing.
You can send Wanda if you want to know information.
Wanda, at this point, would return. Probably about now after searching for the night, and returns with the letter that you wrote. She did not deliver it.
I'll sigh and hand the gold ring back to Azrael, and then just tuck away the parchment. I do have another option. It would take about an hour and 75 gold, but I could take some time to copy a certain spell into my book, which would animate him, and it would at least be a husk of himself. But that's really all I got.
Yeah, I don't know what we'd get out of that as far as intelligence about the situation. We could send Wanda over, take a look, and see what Wanda can report about their numbers. I don't know if Wanda can distinguish soldiers from hostages or captives. I've still got speak with animals up, I think, for a moment or so. Could I ask Wanda that?
I mean, you could, but she's intelligent enough. She's not technically an animal. She's I don't know,
She's a
Fae?
spirit.
Like-
She's not.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Not an animal.
I
Never
mean,
mind then.
Demetari can talk back and forth, right? So Demetari could
Yeah,
just
she's-
explain to her.
Yeah, she's not stupid. Like she doesn't have the intelligence of an animal, so she would be able to tell, I would say, between armor and enslaved.
Or how about this? We send in the body, and then when they all come this way, we sneak in the back.
Let's
So-
get some intelligence first before we know whether it's 6 people coming to respond or 600.
If it's 600, then the garrison will be empty, won't it? Now, for a
Yeah.
mercenary, you seem to be pretty anti-bloodshedding.
Right, I like to be surgical about it. To know who, what, why I'm killing. I've got no problem with killing, but I like doing it with the aim in mind and a fair chance of getting out. Kicking the hornet's nest and having 600 soldiers attack is not my idea of a smart tactical move. So let's find out how many there are, how big's the camp, how many hostages do they have, whatever we can learn from Wanda. And then if it proves that perhaps a surgical strike is called for, then with the proper strategy, I'm for that. But our mission, lest we forget, is to deliver Casimir safely to Toravir Deep. This side quest may be more than we can take on.
We
At
cannot
this point.
allow this operation to continue.
We may not have a voice in that matter. Killing ourselves by throwing ourselves on a superior force does not remedy the situation.
Maybe
That's
it's not a
why we're
superior
gathering-
force. We wiped out 10 of their, somewhat, probably advanced, took a beating, and they send one man to find them.
Who are we to not try?
I mean, unless you're
I'm-
okay with slavery of my people.
No, by no means am I okay with it, but I also want to not kill myself over it.
We'll gather
Uh,
information, come up with a plan, then kill the entire camp.
Let's see what we learn first.
And at that,
If it-
I'll talk to Wanda and basically, I mean, we have a general direction of where this is, but I don't want her to just like coming up in the middle of the trail because that's kind of obvious. So, I guess once she kind of can see a little bit of what's going on, then I'll have her come in from the woods and then observe. It's probably a little unnecessary, but I just don't want her coming in straight off the middle of the trail because, like, a random owl doing that is just off.
She can just fly really high and look at them. She is an owl.
Man, Yeah,
Yeah.
aerial surveillance is perfectly within their capability, and in a way that ought not arouse suspicion on their part. Just an owl flying over, not a problem. So yes, do that, and we'll clean up the situation here. Take the stripped body and maybe lodge it in the rocks or something off the trail in a place where it's not likely to be found. And the Jedediah, I assume, has got saddle and harness. Any other tack? Um, Saddlebags, anything strapped on,
Just a,
barding,
just
anything.
a, a plain series of whatever you put on a horse. I don't know. I've never had a horse before. It's not a lot though. It's just the saddle essentially, and some ropes.
So not barding and warhorse accoutrement.
No.
What do you want for knot tying? Sleight of hand or survival?
Sleight of hand.
Can I help him?
I'll be right back. I'll let Keita out.
Yeah, I could use a break myself.
Yeah, I gotta pee.
We will take a 10-minute, and I'll see you guys back here in a bit. All right. So, Snow, you were tying up. What were you tying?
I was tying the body to the horse.
Okay. Got it. I mean, you tie it up pretty easily. I mean, he's not struggling or moving at all, obviously. And Jedediah is just hanging out. He's used to things riding on his back, so you know you kind of tie him. Are you trying to tie him to where it looks like he's still sitting in the saddle? All right. You tie him up, and he's kind of hunched over, just like lying there in the saddle. Looks just kind of funky.
We sent Wanda off, right?
Yeah, Wanda's on a scouting mission.
So, Casimir, you're the boss of this outfit. What's your input?
It is very clear that I'm not going to be able to talk you out of whatever it is you're going to do. And he kind of looks over at Azrael. But you have pretty much done what I would do.
We've not talked much about what you can do. If it comes down to it, what would be your contribution to stopping the army?
I will help so long as is required to keep myself alive. You are doing this of your own accord.
Would you not help save one of us if it didn't mean the risk of your own life?
I will do so as is required. But I am not going to be participating in any fights beyond what I think is necessary.
Quick question. How long is all of this taking, the tying the body to the horse, Wanda going? Like, can we have a short rest?
Sure. If you guys want to take a short rest, like it doesn't take very long to tie the body to the horse, but Wanda is going to take a little bit longer. So I would say if you're waiting for Wanda to come back, then yes, you could take a short rest.
Okay.
All right. You all. So after you tie the body to Jedediah, are you just like slapping him on the butt and sending him on his way?
I will wait till we have a little bit of intel, but I'm not going to wait very long.
All right. Anyone who wants to take a short rest, you guys are taking a short rest right now. So whatever you guys get back on short rest. I actually think Azrael was the only one to get hit in that fight, so I guess you're the only one.
Yeah, it's just me.
Oh no, Briar took a smack.
No, she missed. It missed her.
I missed her.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he managed to roll quite high on Azrael despite her high AC.
It was a lot higher than I thought he was going to roll. But here we are. So as you're all kind of like resting there, Wanda kind of flutters back over to you, just like, silently lands on your shoulder, kind of preens herself, and to you, Demetari, and informs you that the rough layout of the campsite is it's built into kind of this like narrow U at the base of a cliffside, and within the camp, Wanda counted about 30 guards, and then a total of about 30 prisoners. As well, Wanda was clever enough to know what the leader appears to be, and he is a very large minotaur.
Was she close enough to hear any conversation?
No, Wanda would not have gotten that close. It's like almost broad daylight. The clouds are kind of starting to part.
It seems like there's a lot to take on here. Their encampment is set up to protect them. It's this U shape at the base of a cliff, so granted there's nowhere for them to run, but there's 30 guards and a very big minotaur that Wanda thinks is the leader.
Did she get any information as to like how high the cliff is up above? Like, could we maybe attack from above? Is there like boulders up there we could push down?
Hold on.
What was that?
What did the Minotaur look like?
Large black fur.
Why's he gotta be
Sound
black?
familiar?
Bullhead.
Maybe. Who knows?
Damn, Demetari just out.
Yeah, she was like, never mind, I'm not playing him. She will-
I couldn't hear some people from the. I couldn't hear some people, so I just refreshed.
Is it possible that we could attack from above? That's kind of my question.
For a strategic perspective like that, that might be beyond Wanda's intellectual capacity.
Because what I'm thinking is we send the horse in, right? They all kind of gather around the horse. And then once that happens, like immediately we start throwing, like boulders, arrows. Because if it's up above, it's going to take them a while to come and get us. So if we
Arrows
can...
maybe, boulders not.
Did she
Good.
notice any sort of bed layout? Like, were they all grouped together in one corner of the camp? Or something like
they're
that?
kind of in this like large circle all the way around the center of the camp. So they have constructed a rudimentary kind of like fort wall along a southern entrance, but there are tents running the entire ring of the camp.
So they've constructed a palisade.
Yeah.
So, depending on that cliff height, going off of what Azrael was saying.
It's pretty high.
Okay. My idea would be if there was some way that we could possibly catch these tents on fire and have them run out, and then we have less to take on at a time. Because wouldn't the passage narrow or something as they're trying to leave that U?
Remind me, you don't have Fireball, right?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
What kind of other magical spell traps do you have? Because we can send this horse in. They're going to send a response. They're probably not going to send the entire garrison because they have 30 prisoners. Which, maybe they get 10 or 15 coming our way. We lay a ton of traps right here, flank them from the sides, take out most of them, and then we hit the fortress.
I don't know if they're gonna run out to us, right? I was thinking we send the horse in, and then while they're distracted, attack them from above.
You can try that, but they're going to respond.
Can we put a trap on the horse? Like when they go to get to the body, like something explodes?
Do you have explosives?
That's a good question. Let me look.
How did those filaments work again? The glands that we got?
Oh yeah, we still have one, don't we?
We
Yeah,
have
it was
two.
a sticky cave. Gland wasn't really an explosive gland; it was sticky filament.
I thought there was the one that like was kind of it like burned. It was like fire.
No, this was what they were shooting out, like basically their webbing, I guess, in order to stick to us. Like,
Okay.
you know how they were trying to pull Onyx with it?
So we use it to trap them.
I wouldn't know how, like, we have no experience on how this would work. So, I mean, even if we were to get it to explode, it's relatively small, so it wouldn't cover like a big surface area, I would guess. So, I don't know, it'd be a big risk, but I don't have any other trapping spell other than snare, and it's only going to get one person.
You do have firebolt. Could you use that to ignite something like alcohol? Do we have any alcohol?
I kind of do for a spell, for Toll the Dead, but I don't actually know how much I have. 'Cause I only need a drop of it, so I would guess it. I don't know. It's up to DM because I don't pay attention that close to detail, but
For
I
what?
I have liquor. So
Yeah, I was
sorry. I have liquor for false life, like distilled spirits.
I got an
But
oil.
I wouldn't
I got an
say
oil
how much
flask.
I had.
I mean, unless it specifies a value to it, then I would say you probably have it for a spell that you are going to cast. So, you're trying to cast false.
No, okay. So the whole thing with false life is I know that I have my arcane focus, but what I'd like to do, because it just takes a small amount of alcohol and distilled spirits, is I think my character would basically pour a shot out and then like cheer to an undead spirit, like it's like offering to them, right? And they're sharing with me some life. So like just for flavor text, I would say I'd carry a bottle of liquor, I guess. But it's not in my
Liquor, I hardly
inventory,
know her.
so
I mean, we can also use oil. I was just thinking if we douse the body in something and then you use firebolt, that might get it to light up.
I think if I could disguise myself as this guy, I could go in, light up as many tents as possible, and then I'll Misty Step and dash away towards you guys. I mean, it's gonna give us away, but hopefully.
I don't like the idea of you being in the camp. Like, I don't think we should be on the ground in the camp. That doesn't sound safe because A, you're squishy. B, right, there's 30 people. Once they realize you're not the guy, they're gonna kill you. I mean, I kind of think the idea of sending the horse in with the body as a message, and then once they go up to the horse, or like almost immediately just pick them off from up above, right? They can't come and get us, so we can just sit there and shoot them.
When you say they can't come and get us, what knowledge do you have about the cliff?
Well, they said the cliff was high up. They would have to climb up the cliff. And while they're climbing up the cliff, we can pick them off. And even if they do get up the cliff, well, I mean, they're still not, we're not looking at 30 up above, right? We're looking at the 2 that managed to get up while we were picking them off. Rather than having all 30 guards come at us while we're on the ground.
I'll be right back.
Right, like, you know, Azrael can walk up cliffs, Briar can fly. You know, we can scale cliffs fairly easily as a party because we can then get a rope up, tie it off, everyone else can climb up. We don't have as much of an issue getting up a cliff. Right, but like there's no rope up to us, right? They're gonna either have to throw a grappling hook, which we'll be able to kick off. They'll have to scale the cliff, which is not an easy feat. I just think it gives us a lot of advantage. And that way, you know, as long as we take cover, they'll, you know, only be able to shoot back. But if we have cover, it's going to be harder for them to come after us. So it might take a while, but I think we'll be able to pick them off. We don't have any mass AoEs. So arrows are kind of our best shot.
Yeah, I think me with Shatter is the best AoE that we have.
We gotta be
You know,
careful with
we
that.
might
What?
we might be trying to do this too abruptly. Someone mentioned that they would come looking, right? Surely not all 30 guards at once would. So maybe it would be best if we waited for our crew to come looking for their dead friend, and go from there.
Well, they ship off the slaves never to be found again.
There's also 30 slaves in there that we can just cut free.
And they can fight too. That's a good point.
Some of them.
Well, even them just running around is distraction enough for us to start.
You know, if you guys want to go in the camp, we can turn one person invisible. Demetari can disguise herself. Azrael can disguise herself. Javid can disguise himself. Right?
Alternatively, they said the leader just wants to talk, so why don't we go have a conversation with them, and then that will give us more information if we just walk in there and talk to them.
And if it seems like one of us is the scout, then at least it shows that we left him unharmed. Because, unfortunately, yeah, never mind.
True. They don't know how many of us there are. You could have one person invisible, untying the slaves. One person disguised as the scout. And just walk in there. And then start freeing the slaves. And, you know, if someone else, you know, maybe start burning things once the slaves are free.
Could Wanda tell how many could have been children? Or was she too far away for that?
Wanda was probably not paying attention to that. What was Wanda's perception check? I don't actually see it.
Oh, I don't think she rolled.
Can you roll a perception check for Wanda?
Oops.
Wanda would have advantage.
but Snow's the stealthiest of us between him and Javid. So,
So I probably should be the one invisible. If we're going this route.
Yeah, I can turn you invisible. That's not a problem. And then you can go and free all the slaves. And then do you have something that can start burning things? Like I don't know, you have a
Got a
torch.
flask of oil.
Yeah, a flask of oil. Take maybe light a torch. Just start burning tents once you free all the slaves.
I also have these, and I hold up the vials of cave fisher blood.
What do those do?
Flammable.
Burn.
Ah, burn. Okay.
Mucho flammable.
Okay,
So
so
we should go in at night. Burn those motherfuckers in their sleep.
I think it'll be too suspicious. I feel like we should go back now with someone as the.
So, of those of us who
Scout.
who can disguise ourselves, who's the most persuasive and convincing? I can disguise myself, but I would be very quickly found out.
So I have a +3 to deception and persuasion. But Azrael is probably not in the mental mind, but she could try. What's Demetari's?
4 deception, 1 persuasion.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Demetari should do it.
I'm cool with that.
And I can just talk to him. I can be the one that goes in there and talks.
All right. So if Snow's invisible, Azrael and Javid disguise as people from the first party.
No, we don't need to be disguised. We can just be ourselves. The scouts bringing us back to talk as like a group.
One person will have to pretend to be the scout.
Yeah, that's gonna be Demetari. So Demetari will be the scout. Snow will be invisible. The rest of us will just be ourselves, who are going to talk to the leader about negotiations. I mean, that was the whole point. The scout was supposed to bring us back to talk to the leader.
All right. That sounds like an approach. Snow, before you start setting things on fire, let's find out actually who they are and what their plan is. If they do turn out to be slavers and not simply refugee relocators, then we can start burning tents.
Well, if they're tied up, then I don't...
Refugee relocators? Forcibly taken from their homes?
I don't know that. I haven't spoken to any of them.
You know what to do. Just looking at Snow.
Oh, I do. And I raise my hand to snap the horse's flank.
Yeah!
Wait.
I don't actually do it.
Oh my god, no.
No, that's the exact opposite of the plan. So let's do what I was suggesting earlier: is stash this body under some rocks somewhere. Demetari, as soon as we get close to the camp.
Are there any cliffs nearby?
I think we're in the forest, right?
Near some rocks where we sheltered. There was a rock we sheltered behind. I assume there are other piles of rocks we could stuff this body underneath or behind some rocks and under some.
I want to hang him from a tree.
No.
Look, we're trying to be stealthy. Hanging bodies from trees is not stealthy. Hanging bodies from trees is the opposite of stealthy.
The message needs to be sent.
Okay, the message can be given once we've gotten ourselves ensconced. The message is going to be burning down the tents. We're
Why don't
sending
we just burn the
mixed
body
messages.
beyond recognition?
You know what'd be a better message? A crucified minotaur.
Can we hang him from a tree?
Once they're all dead, we can draw a quarter, hang from a tree, any number of things. Let's get that done first.
Well, then, enough talk. Let's do this.
I am going. Wait, does the disguise self also like put on the jewelry and the necklaces, or?
Yes, it other than like it doesn't change you like physically, but your appearance will be exactly as you intend. So you will look exactly like the scout that you guys killed.
Reagan's laptop died, which is why she is currently frozen.
I thought she was just like completely flabbergasted by that comment.
Stunned.
There's Cheshire in there, ready for dinner.
It is Cheshire breakfast time.
Cheshire breakfast! Is she getting her charger?
Yeah, she's plugging in her laptop right now. She normally plays in her vanity now, so.
Hmm. Hey, Liam, were you wanting to try to go snowboarding or anything while you're here?
Not terribly, but we can if you'd like. All right, so Dimitari, I assume, using disguise self to appear as the scout. The rest of you begin moving towards the encampment. Can I get a survival check from someone? You have hucked Bashir's body behind a rock, kind of just squished it back there so no one will find it.
And put branches and stuff over it.
Yeah, you just kind of wedged it somewhere. No one's
disguised.
looking for it. All right. Given the kind of like the mud from the storm and the fresh tracks from Jedediah moving towards your party that are now getting kind of like dried out by the sun, it's cheese to just follow it right back to its source. It kind of winds its way down the mountainside a little ways, probably not more than a half an hour walk. At which point you kind of like round a boulder, and you can see kind of nestled in this wedge a little palisade of wood. Let me show you.
And now,
All right.
Madison.
Oh, she's back.
At this point, I'm going to turn Snow invisible. How much of the guy's blood is actually on me right now? Like, am I just like kind of covered in like my blood and his blood?
I
Um,
mean,
yeah, it's
Dibitari's.
kind of a mixture of both. You do look, worse for wear. So,
I can clean you up real quick.
hold on, let me.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine.
She got prestidigitation, flick at her wrist, and it's all gone.
Yeah, you might want to do that.
Anybody
I was just
else, buddy?
thinking.
Alright, you guys should be able to see the whole map now. As you approach, you can see, kind of like patrolling along the outside of it, you spot about 4 or 5 guards, another one on a cliff above, another one kind of tucked away on a cliff above that, kind of overwatching this encampment. You'd probably count about 10 of them, roughly. Or you guys aren't hiding, pretty much. So they just kind of see you guys, and you approach. You kind of walk straight up to the front gate. One of the guards just kind of gives a friendly wave to you, Demetari.
I'll nod. I would like to be carrying his longsword. You know, be looking the part.
I mean, you can just disguise self and say that you're carrying a longsword. That's how disguise self works. Do you want
But
to
He had a short sword.
The longsword.
He had a short sword.
Do you want to actually
Oh,
hold the short
okay.
sword?
Yes, I would.
Okay, you're actually holding his short sword. They kind of allow you inside. It's not really a gate. It's just kind of like these wooden stakes that are kind of lashed together, and they just kind of pull them to one side, and your party is able to move within. You can see that there are a number of tents kind of ringing this encampment. You do not spy any slaves of any kind. The guards are just kind of watching you, just not really. They don't really seem terribly concerned. But they lead you into the center. One of the ones comes out, and goes, Archibos has been waiting for you.
Well, I've got everyone gathered here so that we can talk through this like he asked.
Alright. He's going to want to talk to you first. Can I get a deception check from you? He's in here, and he just kind of points towards the largest tent and leads you, Demetari, as Bashir, into the tent.
And we will follow as the invited guests we are.
Oh, you are not. It is just Demetari.
Oh,
How far is his tent from where we're standing?
I would like to stand in such a way that I still have view of at least one of them from the tent.
What do you mean?
I'm hoping that there's like a slot in the tent, so like if I'm going in here and I'm speaking with Archibald, I would like to be able to see one of the other party members. I'll get the name right eventually. Just in case I need to use Mind Link.
Okay. What's the range on Mind Link?
50 feet.
Can I kind of move to the fireplace? Like, or the fire, kind of like act like I'm just kind of like trying to warm up, but like get closer to her.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a... Yeah, they're not really like stopping you guys or anything. There's just like a group of them kind of... Most of them are still at like the wall. There's a few guys just kind of milling around the camp, pretty much.
yeah, be real casual, go up to the fire, warm my hands, sort of shake out the cloak.
Alright, can I get a perception check from those of you that are not Demetari?
I see everything.
Yeah, there's Briar. Briar can see stuff.
Alright. as Briar is kind of looking around the camp, you do note kind of behind one of the tents in the rear, over there, is where kind of like crouched and nailed amongst themselves a group of tabaxi. There are a number of them, and what Briar notes specifically is that they are all women and children.
So Snow's invisible, right? Can trying to think. Can she try to like signal that they're over there, like kind of act like she's talking about like, oh look at it, and like kind of subtly point over there to show that they're over there.
All right, Snow, you would be able to see this. You're just kind of standing amongst them. Actually, Snow, can I get a stealth check from you? Obviously, you can.
Woo.
He left the
Wow.
campaign. He left the campaign.
Yeah, you're just like, you're not actually there. Everyone else, you guys turned Snow invisible, and he's not there. Like, you have no idea where he is.
He's on a different continent right now. We just don't know it.
Could be anywhere. All right.
It's like, oh, the fog is really coming in from over there.
Literally not even leaving footprints in mud.
Nope. Yeah, like a cat walking on snow. It's like not even a thing. Jesus, nat 20 for a 31. Gross.
Sneaky boy.
All right. So Snow, you would note Briar and Azrael and the other ones kind of gesturing towards the spot where the tabaxi are kind of tied.
Got it. I'm gonna
Um,
work my way over.
and these guards, they look like military people.
Perception check of 12. Can I get a history check from you, Javid? I would say this is with advantage because you have military history.
Terrific.
They look familiar. They like kind of their stance and their demeanor is familiar to you, but it's hard to place. Like they've changed enough about themselves that they're not. It's like, you know, it's that sensation where something's right on the tip of your tongue, and you're like, you really want to get it, and you know it's right there, but you just can't.
So if there's anybody nearby, I want to kind of casually engage them in conversation. You know, sort of the soldier to soldier camp talk. Where are you from? The food's always terrible, isn't it? Bitch about this, the CO, all of that.
Wow, that sounds familiar.
All right. So, okay, you kind of approach one of them, and he's like chewing on. He's got a fat lip of dip in, and he just like spits some of it out.
Probably doing, you know, basic kit maintenance, sharpening his sword or tightening the straps on something.
This guy's just standing there and looking at you. He's got his hand on his belt, just kind of looking, and spits another one out. He's got, you know, very tanned skin.
Is anybody looking at me weird?
No. I mean, they're, you know, the guys they're paying attention to you all, but no one's like looking at you too weird.
Ellen's like,
These are all humans, right?
You note that some of them are humans. Some of them have a lighter complexion and are like, obviously like half elves. But yeah, for the most part, human. The guard is just eyeballing you, Javid.
All right. So he doesn't seem very friendly or casual. So I'll just.
I was gonna let you role play talking to him, but if you don't want to, then
Well, I mean, I was sort of waiting to see if there was going to be any kind of sense of how much on edge are they? Can I tell they're on a hair trigger or
make an insight check. He's waiting for something, but it doesn't seem like he's nervous or anxious.
And this whole time, Demetari is like gone inside the tent, right?
This is pretty quick. All this has happened, in the span of maybe a minute. No one's moving super quick. Snow, as you kind of get over to that corner of the boxes, you count about 15 or so tabaxi, and they are all women and children. Demetari, you kind of like push your way through the tent to the inside, and it is empty. There is nothing in this tent. And the guard who led you inside kind of turns. All right, he's gone. Took all the men with him. Let's get this over with. And he just like draws his sword.
What are you doing? This is ridiculous.
We're killing him. Let's go. And he like moves to push past you out of the tent.
Do we get a sense that he's talking about killing the prisoners or us or
No, well, you're not
who's
Can I get
all right.
everybody else to roll for initiative?
So I'm not rolling at all?
Oh, yeah, everybody roll for initiative.
Oh, okay.
can't get advantage because I'm invisible.
No, you're paying attention to something else. In fact, you don't even get initiative. Nothing's happening.
Damn.
Oh my gosh, Javid, what happened?
Where is Casimir and all this?
I don't know, he's next to you guys. I want to get rid of him so bad. NPCs are the worst.
Oh god, we're already in a fight?
So, just a quick question. Do we see the guy walk out of the tent with the sword,
No.
or has he not walked out of the tent with the sword at this
He's
point?
not walked out of the tent yet. Who are we missing in the initiative tracker? We're missing Snow and Briar.
So I rolled for Briar, but I can't select her token.
There you go.
In the 2 minutes that you were gone, Demetari is in the tent, and they said everyone's gone. We're gonna kill the prisoners.
No, he said he's gone. He took all the men with him. Let's go kill him.
We didn't actually hear that, right? Because that was somebody in the tent.
No.
we
Only
did.
Demetari heard that.
Right,
Only
okay.
Demetari heard that. I was just saying that's what he said.
Trey just missed it.
Before we start, like, as he says that, can I say, wait, there's something off with your sword, and like reach my hand out to see, like just to like take it from him to like basically try to help him. Does that make sense? Like there's something off with your sword, and then like try to see it.
I don't understand what you're trying to do.
Like I'm trying to tell this guy, your weapon's messed up, and then I'm like reaching my hand out to show him how his weapon's messed up. I guess I'm gonna take his weapon, and like that's my best way of trying to convince him. So
Okay. Go ahead and give me a deception check. He's just kind of like, what are you talking about? And he just like kind of like shoves you out of the way and steps through the tent, and all of you see this like soldier, chainmail, sword drawn, and he just kind of spits it in the grass. Kill him. With that, just like swords like leave their sheaths, and they just like spring into action. All of the soldiers have just been waiting for this. Alright, one of them is going to move up behind Azrael. 2 quick swings. With one hand. One connects. 5 slashing damage. The next one connects. 3 slashing damage. The other one is going to attack Bruck. One connects. 4 slashing damage. The other one missed. Alright. Another one comes up behind and he's going to whack Chasm. Both hit for 16.
He's still standing, right?
Yeah. He looks injured though. Alright, one of them's gonna another one's gonna
Can we unpause the game?
What?
Because I'm not there.
Yep. You right. Okay. Alright. One of them had a death. Alright, Onyx, it is your turn. You see these soldiers are like leaping over things in their camp and just rapidly closing the distance with you. They've all got like chainmails and shields, longswords at the ready. These guys are ready for business.
Alright. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna fly over this guy's head. And land right on the other side of him. And then I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave. Ooh, that's gonna get Azrael. Well, oops.
Oopsies. Alright, where are you pointing Thunderwave?
Hold on, I'm trying to, like, that's not where I went to land, but my selecting shit. There. Alright. So it's a 15-foot cube.
Alright. Are you able to draw?
Wait, didn't you leave the melee range of the other guy? Wouldn't you want to stay in melee range? So
I
you don't
can
take any-
fly without provoking opportunity attacks.
Okay.
So a 15-foot cube would look like that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
So you want to get
I'm not-
those two?
Yep.
And that is a con save?
Con save. 13.
Alright, go ahead and roll the damage.
It's trash damage, but they both get pushed 15 feet away, directly away from me.
Alright, just this like thunderous blast, and both of them just get hurled, both of them passing right over your head as we're... Actually, one of them's going to land in what remains of the fire.
Is there fire in it, or
It's
is
more
it?
like ember.
Okay. So he doesn't take any fire damage.
Yeah, it's just embers at this point. The fire has been put out. It's a, warm-ish autumn, morning. Alright, is that the end of your turn, Snow?
Oh wait, I can't cast 2 leveled spells. Fuck! Yeah, I'm just gonna pull my longsword and get ready.
Alright. Snow, it's your turn. You are invisible in the corner. What would you like to do?
Alright, so with invisibility, as long as I don't attack or cast a spell, I maintain, right? So I can do stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me make sure. I think, if you're trying to, undo...
Like if I was to take a dagger and start and cut one of their bindings.
Yep, yeah, you can do that. 100%.
Alright. Gonna go for one of, younger, not an old lady, and not a kid, obviously. And I'm going to slit their bonds and whisper to free the others, and then slip the dagger into their paw.
Alright. The Tabaxi kind of looks up at, there's nothing in front of them as, the bonds just, fall away around their arms, and they, picks up the dagger and, kind of looks around and understands. Alright.
And stay out of their way. And
I would say
then
that, I don't know. What else do you want to do in your turn?
jump up this ladder to the left.
Okay. Nice. You can see these the archers on the cliffs above are starting to pull arrows out of these little You know, they have small little pouches stashed next to them where they can just pull arrows out at the ready and just begin firing.
This little gap here between me and the archer above me, is that like
It's,
close?
You know, it's like walkable. It's not like
Okay.
a gap, it's just like a rock that you could walk across to get to the archer.
Gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna use my feline agility and move over behind. And the cutting the vines would be my action, right? Or can I still attack?
I'll allow it.
To attack?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright.
You kind of
Would it be advantage because I was invisible, or no?
It would be, yes.
Keep forgetting that shift, the shift thing.
Okay, that does hit for 17 damage. You just like catch the archer like directly in the back, and she just kind of like ugh, and like wheels around and like locks eyes with you, and is just like filled with rage. Azriel, it is your turn.
This is stupid, but I'm gonna do it anyways. She's gonna move there and do Kai release. So you just see this kind of like really like it's radiant, but it's just this not like wholly radiant, just kind of like this twisted form of like Kai.
Okay.
So it should the con 15 save. And then she's gonna do bonus action patient defense.
Alright. You see like two of them just like plant their shields in the way. This blast of radiant energy is like vented around them. The two that got tossed by the thunder wave though just get zapped right on the ground. Just the full brunt of it. How much damage was it? You did 4.
It was just 4. I rolled really bad. And then so she's gonna do patient defense. So she's taking the dodge action. So all attacks against her are disadvantage.
Alright, Javid, it is your turn. So for your knowledge, Javid, because this obviously is relevant to you, the scouts and the frontline medics have not gone.
Yeah. I'm going to grab Casimir, who's standing next to me, pull him between me and Briar and say, Briar, protect Casimir. And that's my turn.
Alright. That's your turn.
Yep.
You don't want to attack or anything?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I think I will perhaps live longer if I'm not threatening.
Okay.
I wanted to do some other things, but I've got one action, and I want to get Casimir away from the two guys who are threatening him. So that was my action.
Okay. Got it. I mean, you can still take an action. Like, saying things is not an action.
No, my action was to grab Casimir and move him between me and
Okay.
Briar.
Alright. It is Dimitari, your turn. So the soldier just like ran out of the tent past you. And you can hear now the sounds of battle engaged.
So I'm gonna stay in the tent for now, and I'm going to use Twin Spell with Tasha's Mind Whip, because I believe that will make it to where they can't tell I'm the one casting the spell, because it's not like a visible energy coming from me. And I am going to cast it on the 2 people by Azrael on her right side, and that is an intelligence save of 16.
Alright. What is Tasha's Mind Whip? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so that's 3d6 psychic damage if it's a failed save, and they can't take a reaction until the end of their next turn, and then on top of that, on their next turn, they have to choose whether they move, get an action, or a bonus action. And if they do save, half damage.
Alright.
I'm not sure if it twins 1, so like if I should just roll once,
No, it's fine.
and then it'll do. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Alright, one of them just like grabs his head and like is racked with pain. And just kind of like drops his stance almost. And the other one just kind of like shrugs it off. Alright, would you like to move? Technically you can't. Never mind, I'll say you've like peeled.
No, I'm
the
not gonna
left
move.
back and-
Yeah, and he would take half damage. The guy who saved.
Oh, okay, gotcha. It's tucked away there at the end.
And then that ends my turn.
It is Briar's turn.
Okay, Briar's gonna first and foremost rage. So let's see what her little wild surge is. Bolt of lightning shoots from her chest. See within 30 feet. Okay, so I guess it's. What about the guy that's kind of like directly behind her? Or can the bolt shoot the guy in front of her?
You can shoot anybody.
Alright, it'll shoot the one in front of her, right in front of her.
Like the one that's standing next to her.
Yeah.
Yep. Got him. Go ahead and roll a d6. Oof.
Yeah, so 6 damage.
Alright, she rages and this bolt of lightning just like catches him in the chest and he's like, ah! And like grabs his eyes and is just like reeling.
So he's blinded right now, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. She's then going to take her battle axe and try to take his head off.
Alright, well she does that advantage because she's technically an unseen attacker. That hits. For
16.
16. Alright. He like as he's like reeling, she just like cleaves his head off and like the hand that he was covering his eyes with comes with it and he just collapses in front of her.
That's cool. Alright, that's let's see, does she want to move? Actually no, she was told to protect Casimir, so she'll stay next to Casimir. She might see, can she like
Didn't she-
move kind of in front of him? Yeah, right there, yeah.
Doesn't she have 2 smacks?
She
Oh, she does, right, level 5. You are 100% right. So she's going to move and then she'll smack, yeah, I don't know, one of the guys. So that's 17, if it hits.
Say 17.
Damage if it hits.
Oh, with a 12.
Yeah,
not.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, he just like watching his ally just get like cleaved. He just plants the shield in the way, and the battle axe almost like embeds in it and then just pries it free. Scouts. One's gonna move there, and is going to shoot twice at Briar. Another one's going to shoot twice at On. Alright. The two at Briar connect for a total of 15, which is halved, so it would actually be 3 and 4, so 7. She is at 49 hit. The two at Anna. Your AC 16.
17.
20 damage.
Shield.
Alright.
Puts me at 22.
Hits, so for 10. The other one misses. The other one is going to attack Snow twice. The one that you like nailed in the back, Snow wheels around and like launches 2 arrows towards you, and you just kind of like dodge, and they just stick into the rock behind you. The other one is going to fire at Asriel. One of them still hits with a 20 for 4 damage.
Deflect missiles.
Alright, you just like it like is like sailing over the head of the other one.
So yeah, it reduces 10 damage.
Alright, you take nothing. You take no damage.
So I
Oh wait,
could
actually,
throw.
hold on. I did not roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
And it still would have hit. So
Okay.
you
Nothing, because I can use a key point to throw it back. If I reduce the damage to 0 with a free hand, I can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack. So I'm guessing that would just be a range. It'd be
so
20,
you're-
20,
you're-
60. Is he more than 60 feet away?
Yeah, he's
Okay,
he's attacking
then
with
I'll
a
just.
longbow. You're within range for him, but he's way out of range for you.
Okay, then I'll just like catch the arrow, like just midair, and like break it in half.
You just snap it in your hand, and like the 2 pieces of the arrow fall to your feet. Alright. Casimir is going to point at the soldier who hit him. And well, this like arc of like golden energy bursts forth from Casimir's palm and strikes the soldier and just like sears his chest. He takes 27. Oh, actually, no, he saves. So it'll only be, what is that, 13? Still standing, but he looks hurt. Yeah, and that's where Casimir's going to stay. Alright. Medic's going to move up, and he's going to plant some hit points. He, like, reaches out, touches the soldier, and just rejuvenate.
Which one? Which one is rejuvenate? Oh, the one. Oh, gotcha.
The one
Okay.
that Casimir just blasted.
Okay. Fuck. Kill the medic.
And next gonna move right there and plant some more hit points into that. Yeah, they're not rolling well there. Alright.
Okay, which one's the medic? Because somebody, I think, targeted the one that was
Those
getting
ones.
healed.
The ones that look
Okay,
like that.
thank you. Okay.
Alright, the other medic is going to move up behind Onyx and stab him with a spear. Zap. And he misses. Onyx, you just like, this guy kind of shuffles up behind you in plate mail and like reaches towards you. You just kind of like parry him away. Alright, the other one is running along, trying to get down this. Soldier's turn. Here we go.
Remember, all disadvantage against Azrael.
Yeah, there's about to be a lot of them. Alright, those two are going to flank. Swiping at her 4 times. So she would take 5 damage, 3 damage, and that's it. So a total of 8 damage. One of those was a nat 20, and she still only took 8 damage. Gross.
No, barbarians are insane.
Alright, now, time to just go nuts on Azrael. Flanking. Actually, this is going to move over here. He's going to attack Casimir. Yeah. They didn't like that match, but he just did. Whack, whack. Casimir takes 12 damage. Casimir looks very injured. He's gasping for breath, blood flowing from his wounds.
And all 4.2 million rolls on Azrael.
Yeah, no, patient defense was... Yeah.
Alright, 4 straight rolls and 2 at disadvantage. Works out. 2 minutes. 1 hits for 9. And then 2 misses. Alright, the 2 Guardian Negate are going to save it. They are confident in their allies' ability. Onyx, is your turn.
Alright. I'm going right here. Bonus action to Daunting Roar. So that's a wisdom saving throw for everybody by Azrael and the dude that's behind me.
Alright. So the 3 soldiers, the medic, and Azrael.
No, Azrael doesn't have to. It's the 4 soldiers and the medic.
What do you mean 4 soldiers? Wait, what's Daunting Roar? What's the?
Any creatures of your choice within 10 feet that can hear you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you.
What's your safeties?
13.
All right. Two of them are just like terrified of this like roar that echoes through the mountain.
And then as my action, I'm going to use my long sword on the one between me and Casimir.
Nice. Go ahead and roll with that. That hits. Are you one-handed or two-handed? I'm gonna guess one-handed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm one-handed because I'm still casting spells with it too.
Okay.
So I'm staying one-handed this whole fight.
He is barely standing. As he's like terrified. Alright. Snow. It is your turn. The scout in front of you is like bleeding heavily. Alright.
Not anymore.
I don't know that you. Oh, are you doing your advantage thing where you don't move and you get advantage? Hell yeah.
Steady.
You just like lock eyes with him and just loose the arrow and it just plants itself right in his throat and he just tumbles down the cliff to where the other captives are freeing them.
Does one of them take a dagger and stab him?
No, they're busy. Alright, I guess that is the end of your turn. You can't move. As we're surrounded.
Alright, so she's gonna look at the badly injured one, and her fangs are gonna come out, and she's just gonna bite him.
So, the frightened one is... Okay. Fair. I see.
Yeah, I was thinking the badly injured one because I'm hoping he
yeah.
dies.
Bite him. Oh. You just like, your fangs, like, in your mouth just like grow long, and you grab him and pull him in, and he lets out this scream as you just like sink into his neck, and his like skin goes taut and gray, and he collapses.
Yeah, alright, and then as a bonus action, I'm going to look at, so I'm gonna do Fury of Blows, and I'm just gonna look right at the medic, and so I'm gonna punch with one. We'll see if I hit, and then I'll tell you what I do with the other one.
Which one are you punching? The frightened?
The medic.
Oh, the medic, okay.
Alright, and then I'm gonna use Healing Hand. So as I hit him, I'm gonna like kind of touch myself and heal for, let me find the... So I'll heal for an additional 8.
Alright. As you strike him and kind of like draw your hand back, this like the wounds from the long swords just like seal shut on your chest. The soldiers are like, they're not really sure what's going. One of them is absolutely terrified.
I imagine the blood is still like dripping down like her mouth and neck from the guy she killed.
Oh,
It's probably gory. All right.
It's
But yeah, that's my turn.
Javid, it is your turn. You managed to save Casimir for a moment, but the soldiers are closing in. They did not like that spell that you cast a second.
I cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level, reaching out and touching Casimir, who looks pretty badly beat up.
Yep. He does look like he's about to die.
And that's my action, and I'm not moving.
All right. Demetari, it is your turn. You have identified one of the healers. He's standing there with this like huge kite shield and plate armor.
That's really cool, but I am going to hex the one, like here. Hex that guy by Casimir. That's my bonus action. And then that same location is where I'm going to cast my Wither and Bloom spell, which is a 10-foot radius. So Casimir can use his hit points that he hasn't used in a short rest to heal. And that'll be like 2d6 necrotic damage
Hold on, let's
if I can hit them. It's a Constitution save of 16.
all right. Which creatures within the sphere are you choosing to affect? I assume the 3 soldiers.
Yeah, all the bad guys. And then all of my peoples, if they want to heal up, they can.
Am I in the radius? I think I'm in the radius to heal. Yeah.
You're a little bit beyond it.
Beyond it? Alright.
Yeah,
my
you're
gosh.
15.
All right, Demetari, roll your 2d6.
Wait, hold on. I can burn hit dice too if I want.
Yeah. Well, hold on. One creature of her choice can
Okay.
spin and roll one of his unspent hit dice. So, I will say that Casimir looks like he's okay now. He's still injured, but not perishing.
Yeah, just stick with your original choice though.
Yeah.
Alright. The one that you like targeted directly just like lets out this shriek and like drops dead, and his body just like desiccates in front of you, like his skin kind of flaking away to ash. You guys are terrifying.
That's it for me.
Okay, you want to roll?
Yeah, because I saw him get hurt, and I know our own whole thing is to keep him alive. So I would definitely prioritize him.
Alright, he gets 8. Well, actually, what's your spellcasting? Is it 5?
+8. Wait,
That's
modifier, +5. Yeah, sorry. +5.
He gets 13 hit points. He's pretty much at full health. Briar's turn.
Well, Briar's gonna use her. She's gonna shoot another bolt of radiant damage. So it's a D6, I think. Yeah. And I believe that what concept. I have to go look back and see what that was.
Yeah. And he botched it. 2 did. Which one?
Okay. All right, so
One of the
he's now
very big-
blinded. Yeah. And she's going to take that advantage and try to take his head off.
The first strike misses. The second one connects for 12.
He's still standing there.
Yeah, he looks pretty bad, but still standing, unfortunately.
All right. Well, that's her turn. She's still kind of standing in front of Casimir.
Scouts. Alright. One of them's gonna move over. He saw what you did to his buddy Snow, and he did not like that. He's gonna shoot. One of them connects for 6 damage. Another one sticks into the rock behind you. One of them fires 2 bolts towards Briar. One of them misses. Another one connects for a total of 4 damage. The last one makes 2 attacks against Briar. One of them connects for 5 damage. The other one missed.
She's
Briar.
at 32.
Briar is looking hurt. Alright, Casimir. Does not recharge his thingamajig. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do it. He's gonna hit the guard in front of him with one of his. It hits. And he dies. Holy shit. He just bonks him in the head with a scroll, and there's this like blast of thunder damage, and the guard just goes flying.
The power of learning.
Knowledge, bitch. Alright. Wow. That was something else. Okay. This medic, noting his blinded ally, who's not supposed to be dead, Jesus. He's gonna walk over and he's gonna dump some hit points. Not a lot. Alright. The other one is going to... yeah. Yeah. He's going to stow his spear and also dump some hit points in. Alright. The blinded one is rejuvenated. The other one is going to move around. Moving out of your range, Azriel.
Definitely gonna do an opportunity attack.
Alright. Well. So that'd be 10 damage. So I don't think he gets...
No, I could toggle it on and off. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't know,
You
annoying.
just like jab him in this like gap in his plate armor, and he kind of like lets out a shout. And as he moves out of range, he's like, "Nah, I'm not doing what I was doing anymore." And he dumps the hit points into him. And holy shit, he rolled a 3. All right. Yep. Sucks for him. Soldier. The blindless lasts until Briar's next turn.
Yep, exactly.
He's gonna try to hit her, but it's a disadvantage. He knows she's probably in front of him. The two around you. One of them's gonna move to attack Anna. They do not care to leave. Alright. The two strikes against Briar, she just easily dodges as he kind of like does these wild haymaker swings towards where he assumes she is. The other one, swinging towards Anna.
Isn't that dude dead?
Shit. Sorry. This guy. Actually, he wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
But he's
Yeah, he's feared. He wouldn't be able to move.
He can still attack what he's afraid of, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at disadvantage though.
He does still hit. But it's for 4 damage. The other one is going to attack. They all miss. The other two guards that were at the gate, noticing a change in the tide, are going to come assist. Alright, one of them's going to move over, and he's going to attack Brian. One of them hits for 4 damage. She's at 28.
Hey, same. Oh no, wait. I was at 28. Never mind.
The other one is going to also get within range and attack. For 1 connects. For 3. Alright. Onyx is your.
Alright. So I'm going to step down here towards the healer, and I'm gonna scoop up some of the ashes of this decaying body, and as like the ashes are in the air, I'm gonna pull down and cast Shadow Blade and use his ashes to coalesce into a physical sword, and then I'm gonna hit the healer with it.
Badass. Roll for it. Casimir is going to use his reaction to let you re-roll.
Hell yeah.
That misses.
Oh my god. But now I've got my long sword and then a sword that's like the coalesced darkness of this dude's ashes.
That's awesome. There's just this
I
like
mean-
chunk that you've like grabbed out of his like arm, and it's just now this like black shadow blade.
Aren't we terrifying enough that some of the guards or the things are like, oh my god, these people are fucked up, I need to run away?
Maybe soon. Snow,
And
it's
I
your
w-
turn. The other. Oh shit! Actually, I forgot to take this. This guy's. He dashes towards battle. Neat. Snow, it's your turn. Who are you shooting at? I can't hear you.
Stupid Mike. This one over here across the gap.
Alright, cool.
Also,
That does hit.
sweet.
And he's dead. You just like nail him directly in the head, and he just drops dead.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Ezreal. 'Tis your turn.
Alright, I'm going to move there, and I'm going to do Kai release.
Okay.
Con 15.
Alright. They all. Alright. One of them just like the blast of radiant energy just like sears him, and he collapses next to the fire pit. The other one, the other two are still standing. The medic is near death. The other one is barely.
I'm going to take some of the blood that's coming like down, and I'm just going to take my finger and I'm just going to like kind of point like at the medic. And that's my turn.
Javid, it is your turn. Casimir is looking A-okay at this point. There are 3 guards, however, and 2 of the medics directly in front of you.
All right. I think the one standing next to Briar is blinded. Is that right? Is that
Yep.
what?
Yep.
That's correct.
All right. Well, I will draw my short swords. Can I draw 2 at once?
No.
I will draw 1 and attack the blinded one.
Yeah, I think drawing 2 at once is specifically a trait of like 2-weapon fighting.
All right. And that's my turn.
Dimitar, it is your turn.
That's the blinded one, right?
Can't see where you put it. It's the one with the cross.
Can you see that
Yeah,
now?
yeah, I see it.
Yep.
The cross.
Okay, alright. So I'm gonna redirect Hex onto him and then cast Firebolt. That apparently did not want to transfer. Okay, let me try this again. Please hold.
Stand by.
Are you getting it on your end?
Mm-mm.
Alright. Why is it me that always has the computer issues?
That's why you're confused.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, yeah, I can blame this one on Trey. It's his computer. Okay. Something's supposed to be red, right? Like to show me that it's connected to Forge or Foundry.
Oh yeah, the little it has like it's red with a B in it up top.
I'm looking at the D&D Beyond thing. I don't even see your role. I see the last thing I see is Azrael's G release.
Okay.
I call it Kai.
Key, Kai,
Key,
Chi.
Kai,
G.
Chi. Yeah.
Anybody else playing Wordle? Yesterday's Wordle was coming out.
Which one? The one from today?
No, yesterday. I actually don't know if I did today's. Yesterday was Ultra.
You should do today's. I actually know today's. You can beat out Haley because I guessed it for her on the third try.
Alright, anyway. Demetari, come on. What's going on?
She's tangled in the tent. Just give her a second.
I see someone had to go upstairs. Technical difficulties, stand by. Listen to the music, enjoy what's, just enjoy the moment. We're listening to Pillars of Eternity. This, the soundtrack is just an absolute bop, They really nailed it with this one.
What game is it that you're talking about?
So the games in my playlists are Pillars of Eternity, because actually most of that music, any of you who listen to Critical Role will probably recognize, because that is what Matt Mercer uses. And they are not copywritten on YouTube, so I can just go nuts and listen to it as much as I want. And then I also use the Witcher games, because similarly, great music, not copywritten on YouTube. And then I've got Ori and the Blind Forest, Hades, and then a couple guys, the Gwent card game, the Witcher Tales game. And then I've got some music from some guys that I have seen on the internet who create, not copywritten D&D music for you to play in the games. And some of it's good, some of it's kind of silly, so I don't use it. But...
Yeah, it's not working.
Alright, I'm gonna roll for you. That's it.
Cool. Wait, haven't you been rolling terrible today?
That's too bad. You should have rolled.
Who's been rolling well? Well, alright. +8 to hit.
You just rolled a 4?
Trey was testing the custom dice on the left. And that seems to be working, but when I try to cast Firebolt, it doesn't transfer.
That one did.
Awesome. Yeah, the 4, of course, is gonna transfer.
Alright.
Oh, no.
No, Firebolt. I see your Firebolt.
Firebolt, 26 to
Oh,
hit
you
for
do?
7 damage.
Yeah.
You just...
Whew, see, I just needed some warm-up time.
You hit the blind one,
Okay.
right?
Yes, it did. And because it hit, it's also gonna get affected by Hex. Please tell me that went through.
I rolled for you.
Oh, well, will you Hex him for me?
Alright. Oh, shit. Alright. He's still standing, but just like blasted, just like blind and kind of like flailing wild.
All right, I'm done.
Okay. 'Tis Briar's turn.
Well, Briar's going after these medics, and there's a medic in front of her, so she's going to do her, little bolt thing to try to blind it.
Some more con save. He failed.
Awesome. Takes 3 damage and has...
Just another blast of energy. That misses, but the second one does hit. Oh shit, for a lot. Alright, 13. The first strike, he kind of like, after the energy blast strikes him, he like moves his shield in the way, and she just like knocks it away, and then cuts him in the chest, like denting his armor.
Yeah. So now the medic is the one that's blinded.
Correct. The other one
Everyone.
is no longer blind.
Yep.
Alright. It is, if that's the end of her turn, the scouts. One of the scouts, noticing a distinct change in the battlefield's tempo. Out of the encampment, as scouts are wont to do.
Did he look familiar?
No. You haven't seen that guy. The other one, 2 bolts towards Briar, and as she's like wings fluttering in front of these this group of soldiers, both arrows miss easily. Not even close. I think Snow has murdered all the other scouts, so that's it. Alright. Casimir
Come on, wackus bonkus.
does not recharge his bonker, but he's going to whack the one in front. And he hits for 16 damage. And just blasts him, and he just goes like, just launches with this like thunder. Medic. This one is going to move away. So, both Snow and Onyx, you have opportunity attack.
Javid?
Or yes. I don't know what I'm thinking. Javid and Onyx. I said Snow a minute ago. Now it's just on the brain. Snow in the brain. Snow in the brain. That hits. Roll damage. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Is that a plus?
No, that's Shadow Blade, which is just 2d8 psychic damage.
Well, yeah, hit the shit out of him. Javid, would you like Casimir to use his reaction for you to re-roll that?
He may need to save his reaction. We'll see.
Alright. And Javid, you just kind of like cut out and it like glances off the armor. But there's this like cleave left in it from the Shadow Blade. Actually, that frontline medic is just gonna fuck it. Yeah. He's gonna heal the guy in front of him. The blind. Alright. Just the wounds seal up on the blinded medic. God, there are a lot of dead soldiers. The other medic is going to move.
Oh, we're down to medics healing medics.
Yeah, it's very, very incestuous. They heal that one. is now barely injured. Alright. The soldier's going to attack him. One of which hits for 3 damage. Alright. The other 2 are going to flank Briar. Whack, 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 whack. 4. Briar does not have a super high AC.
It's just 16, I think. That's what it looks like.
The first strike hits for 4 damage. The second strike, a critical hit, 5 damage. The next one, swinging, misses once, then connects again for 12, or no, yeah, would be 15, so 7 damage. Briar is hurt. I believe that's all the soldiers. There's a bunch of dead motherfuckers. Alright. Onyx, it is your turn.
All right, we got this 1-2 punch coming up. So, I'm gonna say right there behind that guy, I'm gonna cast Shatter, which is a 10-foot circle, so it gets all 3 of these homies in it, and it's a Constitution saving throw. But I'm gonna use sorcery points to do that as a bonus action.
What's your save DC?
13.
Alright, and then if you save on Shatter,
Half damage.
go ahead and roll it. Whoa. A thunderous clap. All of whom are still standing. However, the one soldier who is flanked with Briar is hit the hardest.
Then I'm gonna step up, and with my action, I'm gonna hit this medic that ran away from me in the first place.
Okay.
Or not.
Mop. Casimir's going to use his reaction to allow you to roll it again.
Oh my god!
Alright. That is the last time Casimir can use that today. Snow. It is thine turn. As this is all going on, by the way, the captives have freed themselves and are kind of like taking cover amongst the crates and behind some of the tents. The fighting has been localized to the center of the camp, so they've been able to pretty much stay out of the way. Were you inside checking? The medic? Snow?
Sorry, my mic was down. The guy on the cliff.
Oh, okay, the other scout, got it. That's an insight check on theirs or a deception?
Deception. My insight versus their deception.
Gotcha. Well, there you go. He rolled really low. So you have succeeded.
Sweet. I'm also going to use Piercer to change one of those 1s to a 6. Or re-roll that one, I guess.
There you go for it. that's 15. So it'd be 16
Yep.
damage. But you just the arrow sticks in him and he just collapses dead. You've been like working hard up there on the cliff, just like one shot dead, one shot dead, one shot dead.
Now, is all of the cliff faces here like where they were at, kind of like walkable, passable, kind of?
Yeah. Roughly. It's close enough that I'll say you can move over it without having to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over there and get ready.
Well, Andy's a mountain tabaxi.
Yeah. He's built for this. Alright, Azrael, your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna stab the medic.
That's a war crime.
That is
Just so you're aware.
I don't think there's any war crimes we're not committing right
I
now.
don't think I would have
There's only a
sneak
roll
attack
crime if you
damage.
get caught.
So just
Unfortunately,
B6. Damn.
He just blocks you. They are very well armored.
Alright, well then I'll unarmed strike him.
That as well, just like your fist like ricochets off of his shield. Javid, it is your turn. Unless you want to move, Azrael.
No, I'll take an opportunity attack. I was just looking at I don't think I can move without taking an opportunity attack.
No, you could move.
Yeah, I would move to more enemies, so
I
no.
mean, sure, yes. I suppose. Javid, it's your turn.
Yeah. Briar's looking pretty bad, so
Something's
Fairly
going on, guys. I'll
handy.
be right back.
He left. He just bailed.
So does anybody think that we're going to see another Simpsons prediction proven correct?
You talking about that Google thing?
Nah, I was talking about the Bengals beating the Rams 34-32, I think is what it was.
I just look up the score. It looks like it's a really tight game.
13-10, Rams in the lead.
Nah, it looks like it's actually probably a quite good game.
The door
If they
opens.
prove this one right.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if they prove this prediction right, I'm just going to start, choosing all my lottery numbers based on Simpsons.
The door opens.
Well, I mean, they had
downstairs
the
and
whole
I found
Trump, right? That was kind of crazy.
it. Alright, Javid, I assume you healed Briar.
correct.
What about the door downstairs?
It opened and the dog barked, and I was very surprised, but apparently one of my roommates is back from another way. So, Javid, is that the end of your turn?
That is all I'm doing.
Alright. Demetari, it's your turn.
Okay, I am refocusing my hex on this one, the medic, and I'm going to cast Firebolt again, and this time I will do it myself, hopefully.
Nice.
What ability are you
Yeah.
hexing?
What do you mean?
When you hex someone, you choose an ability.
Oh, strength.
Okay. I would assume. Anyway, go ahead and roll down.
Yeah, it's always gonna be strength if you ever want, like, I'm not gonna lie, Trey told me that was the best one to choose, so I'm just rolling with it.
I mean, you can be a little smart with it. If it's an enemy that's like attacking you with like bows, then maybe you should do dex. Anyway. Wow, well, what the
Perfect.
fuck? Holy shit. He melted.
Yeah,
Just like
should I
catches
even
him in the
bother?
back. No, don't bother with the hex damage. It just like melts into his like torso, and he just kind of like gargles in front of you, Azrael, and 17 damage. My goodness. Briar's turn.
That's it for me.
Let's see. Yeah, I still think she would go after the medic. She could move here. I think she's gonna move so she's not being flanked. So she just moves one over. She's still within all of the, yeah, right there. She's still within all of their melee range. She's not taking an opportunity, but she's not quite being flanked. I mean, we'll see what happens. But and then she's going to do her little bolt thingy for the medic to try to blind him.
The one that's already.
Oh well, it stops at the well, I guess yeah, but she'll do the bolt thingy again just so we can take an extra 6,
Okay.
and it'll last continuously into the next turn.
He stays blinded and stays zapped. Just sears him
Let's
again.
chip it out of it.
Yeah, go and roll it again. Alright, that was it.
There we go.
She has another attack.
Well, so the first
okay,
two
gotcha, I see.
were because I forgot I didn't do the
And
advantage.
That second one's against the medic again.
Yeah, they're all against the medic. She wants the medic to die.
Alright. He's just like planting his shield in front of him. His eyes are like you can see like tears and like fluid running out of his eyes. He does not look like he's doing well.
All right.
Scout.
A 19 still misses?
Yeah. They have 20 AC.
That's insane.
They don't do a lot, but they're hard to kill.
Yeah, well, they need to stop healing everybody.
Can't heal anyone if they're all dead.
And Scout runs off. That's the last one. Casimir. Noting that, he's been helping. Actually, no, he's going to boss. Because he can't move. Bonk.
Casimir's just got his own body pile stacked
just,
up.
like, hits him and he just dies. Another one.
Imagine this is like the first time he's ever killed people with a scroll, and he's just kind of like in this like stage of amazement as he just like keeps hitting people and they keep dying.
Right, yeah, I can picture this look of delight on his face. Oh, this is working.
Oh, this is so
Either that or on the brink of throwing up.
Alright. He just like blasts another one of the medics.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I suspect Casimir's got some hidden depths. He may have killed before.
Oh yeah, no, he's dark. Definitely dark.
These two medics, who have run out of spell slot, are going to flank with Azrael and start stabbing with their spear. And they both miss, even with advantage. Embarrassing. This one's going to dump one last spell into it. Alright, the one that is blind. I don't know, actually can't do. The one that is blinded is also going to give himself to. Not much. Alright, the soldier. He's going to move, provoking an opportunity attack from Kevin. What the fuck? Alright, he dies. Just gets blap as he tries to move out of range. Casimir crits him for goddamn. What in the hell? Like 40 damage. Jesus. Just like devastates him. Just sends him blind.
Bits of it. He's just confetti.
Just pace. Like, chunks of chainmail go flying across the battlefield.
What spell is he using?
Scroll bash. It's just an attack that it does.
Jesus.
It does a lot of damage. Onyx,
He's gonna have to teach me that one.
it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna give this medic the what for.
There's a reason Casimir didn't help you guys before.
Because he's too OP.
Yes. You're flanking, bud. I assume you're
I
attacking the
can't
blind
play.
one?
Shit.
Got it.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, missed.
Is that flanking? So I got advantage on
I
him.
mean, you're flanking and he's blind, so either or would give you advantage.
Okay, well those are two different attacks, so I can re-roll those.
Okay. Go for it.
It's just getting worse.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright.
I haven't rolled above a 10.
You rolled a high one earlier. What was it?
Yeah, when you rolled for Demetari, you rolled great.
Yeah. Just not when I roll for myself.
Alright. Is that the end of your...
Yeah, that's all I got.
Got it. You can move if you'd like. The guy who's blind can't opportunity attack.
No, I'm good where I'm at.
Snow, it's your...
Can I see the scout?
No. You can
Even
try
from
to-
the cliff?
Sure, I'll allow it. Kind of high up, I guess. Huh. Well, how about that?
I re-rolled a 1 too.
No, he's dead. Right in between the shoulder blades, and he just pop face plants in the mud. All in a daze.
He ain't bringing back any reinforcements.
This poor unsuspecting camp.
Yeah, all the scouts were like, "Yeah, we got this," and then just Snow's like, "Bap, bap, 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 bap." They just like, pop, 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 dropping dead. All right, Ezreal, it is your turn.
They're hard to hit, but I don't really have much else to go with, so I guess I'll just keep trying to find that weak point in the armor. I'll go after the medic that's barely injured.
I'll be right back. My puppies are apparently starving.
Puppies. All right, go ahead, Ezreal. Hit him. Hit him.
It is later than usual.
Yeah, this is kind of a long session. They're just like, they are like barely able to like get their spears into position, but with you like striking their shields and kind of knocking them out of the way, the group of you have reached this stalemate almost, where they're not able to hit you and you're not able to hit them.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Javid, it is your turn. There are no longer any enemies within melee range of you.
All right. I'm going to step forward next to Onyx and strike the blinded medic next to them.
Alright. That hits. Roll damage. Still standing, but just barely.
All right, that's my turn.
Demetari, it's your turn.
All right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm gonna cast Hex on that one by Azrael, and again with my fire. It's broken now.
And just like explodes off of his armor and leaves this like singed, kind of like heated orange patch on the plate. Alright. It's Briar's turn.
So there's the one that's blinded in front of her. All right, so he's
being flanked, so if you want to hit him for advantage, and then you could bonus action after you hit him.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do.
Not quite. It's just like their armor is too thick and heavy, and you're just like clanging against it.
All right, well, she'll do her little thing.
The energy like charges his armor, and he just drops.
So there's nothing near her, right?
Correct. There's one
Yeah.
more enemy.
I think she might move, yeah, to be able to, so Onyx can have flank if he needs it, or
Onyx and
Javid if he,
both would have it.
yeah, so they could both have it. So she'll move there, and then that's the end of her turn.
All right. Guess who's gonna back up? This medic is going to try to stab Anna. And he does not. You just like, your like Shadow Blade just deflects it, and you just like getting ready for another strike. The other two, however. Flanking with Azrael, one of them hits for 5 damage. The other one misses. Onyx, it's your turn. Ready with your Shadow Blade.
So I'm gonna take a deep breath, and my necklace is gonna glow purple, and like crackling energy is gonna go in through my nose. I'm gonna open my mouth and just cast Magic Missile on this dude's face. So I burp up electrical energy.
Alright. So that's 11 damage.
11 damage.
Just all three just like punching like, you know, these powerful fists into his armor, and it caves in the chest, and he just kind of like the breath goes out of him, and he drops.
And then, because that was my action,
Nice.
I'm gonna turn around and start helping out Azrael.
Alright. Snow, it is your turn.
I'm targeting that medic.
Very well. That hits. 4.
And then reroll the 2.
You don't need to. It just like into this like gap in his armor, and just like into him, and he just collapses dead.
Alright.
All right, well, now that one's dead, I'll see if I can try to finally hit the last one.
He is terrified. He's just watched his like whole squad of soldiers get slaughtered in front of him. That hits.
Only 8 damage, but it hits.
He doesn't look very well. He looks like he is getting close to death.
Guess I could move in case someone else wants to move up around. Just kind of go around him in case someone wants to step in for flanking.
Alright. Javid, it is your turn.
All right. Seeing Casimir is not threatened and one remaining enemy on the field, I'm going to rush up next to, flanking with Azrael. And intending to do non-lethal damage, I'm going to smack this guy.
Alright. It hits. Roll damage. And you just like come up behind him and just crack him on the back of the skull and he passes out. And with that, we should be out of initiative.
Oh, are we now?
Out of did we kill all 30 of them?
Yeah, there were a lot of them. I hope you guys
Wasn't
enjoyed
30.
that fight.
That was
The
fun.
other half probably went with the leader and the men.
We can expect them to show back up.
No, they're gone.
I
We need to ask this guy who you knocked out where the hell they are.
We're
Yeah.
at 4 hours of game time, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's
Oh,
been
that was so fun.
That was
That was a good one.
fun.
Yeah.
Gotta
Javid
give
was thinking the whole time, this is not my preferred what's the term? There was a line from Grosse Pointe Blank where one of the characters was saying there was a really elegant word that says, "This is not my kind of fight." I forget what it was. Anyway,
Well, hope you guys had fun.
Well, I vote Snow for inspiration with
Oh,
the
yeah,
flaming
yeah.
body on the horse.
Well, I was thinking more like taking out literally all of those scouts, but the horse too. But
It was just like
cleaning up the scouts was
over the entire combat, every single round, Snow was like dead, 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 dead,
Right.
dead,
you're dead,
dead.
you're dead.
I was most happy about the